Welcome to the Wexford Hillclimb here in Newbourne, rounds 3 and 4 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. It's an overcast day, but we're hoping it will stay dry until the last run is over. We will be streaming the event live on Vantage Point Video YouTube and Facebook pages, and it will be shared to the Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship as well as the Wexford Mode Club page. The event is kindly sponsored by Ignite Training and Consultancy Ignite Training Consultancy and CPE Cross Phillip Engineering. Emmett Cleary is this year's clerk of the course. Best wishes to him in his new role, and Esther Kerwin is the event secretary. We're in for a cracker of a weekend and look forward to providing you with loads of live action as well as great archive footage from previous events. Last year's champion, Billy White, will be battling for the fastest time of the day and weekend, I suppose, against Rob Dwan and in his OMS 25, as well as Ben O'Brien in his Judd engine Gould. I'll start off with a reminder of the class records on this hill. So Class 1A was Dara Fay, 1 minute 0680. 1B, Mark Halligan, 1:21:02. 1J, Tommy Furlong, 1:24:55. Class 2, Shay Delaney, 1:06:98. 3A, Brian Kerwin, 1:05:05. 3B, Willie Barrett, 1:04:80. 3C, Ned Doherty, 1:03:72. 4, Rory Howley, 1:15:98. 5, Sean McNamara, 1:07:49. 6, Billy White, 1:03:19. 7, Rob Dwan, 57:35. So he is the only one who's cracked the 1 minute. It'll be an exciting day. 8A, Seamus Anderson, 1:14:94. 8B, James Bradley, 1:06:91. 9A, Evelyn Russell, 1:10:04. 9B, Christopher Snow Jr., 1:06:28. And 10, Richard Clearly, 1:05:99. You can see on the right that we have a second camera on the start line. So you will be able to see the drivers and the marshals getting ready for the practice run. And we will now have Senan with a rundown of the finishing positions of the first round of this year's championship a few weeks ago in Limerick. We'll have the results of the second round tomorrow. Enjoy, and thank you for joining us on Vantage Point Video and Facebook and YouTube Live.
Here is a rundown of the finishing positions and the class results of the drivers in the first round of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Limerick Motor Club. Billy White in the Formula Renault Roger was first overall and first in Class 7. Brian Kerwin was second overall in the Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive and first in Class 3A. Christopher Snow Jr. was third overall in the Honda Civic and second in Class 3A. Paul Pertl in the Ford Escort was fourth overall and first in 9B. Damien Walsh was 5th overall in the SHP Wildcat and 3rd in Class 3A. Ed Senan was 5th overall, tied with Damien Walsh in the Ford Escort, and 1st in Class 10. Declan Gannon in the Ford Fiesta R5 was 2nd in Class 10 and 7th overall. Michael O'Connor in the Mitsubishi Evo 8 was 8th overall and 1st in Class 3B. Russell Stanworth in the Reynard Opel Lotus was 9th overall and 2nd in Class 7. Tommy Gardner in the Honda Civic SIR rounded out the top 10 in 3A. Just outside the top 10, Siobhan McCann in the Ray 86F was the winner of Class 6. Ray Cunningham in the Mini Cooper S was 1st in Class 1A. Kieran Burke, the Ford Escort Mark II, was 1st in Class 8A. Seamus Morris in the Darien GTR was 3rd in Class 10. Michael Tumulty in the Peugeot 106 GTI was first in Class 2. Aidan Walsh, Ford Escort Mark II, second in Class 9B. Rory Stevens in the Ford Escort Mark I RSR, first in Class 3C. Eddie Lyons, Mitsubishi Evo, fourth in Class 10. Seamus Anderson, Ford Anglia 105E, second in Class 8A. David Murray, Toyota Starlet, first in 8B and rounding out the top 20. Alton McGowan, Honda Civic, second in 8B. Patrick O'Malley, Honda Civic, fifth in Class 3A. Ben O'Brien, in the wet conditions, getting a few points on the board in the Gould GR57 Judd, third in Class 7. Gary Bradley, Honda Civic, third in Class 9B. Patrick Higgins, another Honda Civic, second in Class 2. Chris Snow Sr., Honda Civic, third in Class 2. Enda Byrne, Shane Formula V, first in Class 5. Patrick Milet, Citroen Saxo, third in Class 8A. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos, first in Class 4 on scratch. Donal O'Sullivan completes the top 30 in his Honda Civic EK4, third in Class 8B. Elaine Kerwin, Toyota Starlet, second in Class 1A. Thomas Slattery, Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1, second in Class 4. Quiva White, first in Class 1B in her Fiat Seicento. Ethan Mulcahy, second in 1B in a yellow Fiat Seicento. Mick Walsh in the Morris Mini, third in Class 4. Unfortunately, on his last run, he went up on his side. Hopefully the lads have that car back out this weekend. Jack Mannion was third in Class 1A in his Toyota Starlet. Robert Cummins, third in Class 1B in another Fiat Seicento. And Mick O'Shea, fourth in Class 4 in the MGB GT.
While we see the first drivers going up the hill for their practice run, I will read out the entry sheet to you so you know who is going to compete this weekend. We have Ian Roach from Wexford in his Honda Civic EK4 competing in Class 8B. Brian Kerwin from Wexford as well in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive competing in 3A. Ray Fitzgerald from Limerick in his Fiat Seicento 1B. Sean Murray, also from Wexford, in his Lotus Elan Class 4. Andy Purser from Tipperary in his Peugeot 205 8A. John Ford, County Cork, Citroen C2 8A. Val Thompson, County Wexford. He hasn't told us which car he's competing in yet, so we'll have to see. Francis Dempsey in his Fiat Cinquecento 1B. Cahill Murphy in his Fiat Seicento 1B. It's good to see a Cinque out again. A Cinquecento there from Francis Dempsey. It's the yellow one I think we see in the screen. John Michael Kennelly from Limerick in his Ford Escort 9A. Elaine Kerwin from Wexford in her Starlet 1A. Keith Cullen from Wexford in his Civic EK4 8B. Pat Knox from County Kilkenny, Peugeot 106 GTI Class 2. David Dempsey, County Wexford, Mitsubishi Evo 5 3B. Ruth Nugent, Kildare, BMW Mini Class 2. John Hackett, Tipperary, Mini Marcos Class 4. Jack Handrick, Kilkenny, Suzuki Swift 1A. Damien Walsh from County Cork in his Wildcat 3A. Daniel Jones from Dublin, Citroen Saxo VTS Class 2. Kiva White from Dublin, Fiat Seicento Class 1B. Michael Tumulty from Westmeath in his Peugeot 106 GTI Class 2. Seamus Morris from Tyrone in his Darien T90 GTR Class 10. Christopher Snow from Meath in his Civic 3A. Chris Snow from Meath in his Civic Class 2. Ray Cunningham from Galway in his Morris Cooper S 1A. Tommy Gardner in his Honda Civic VTEC from Galway Class 3A. Robert Cummins from Waterford Fiat Seicento 1B. Eddie Lyons from Waterford Mitsubishi Evo Class 10. Jim Butler from Waterford Renault Clio 9B. Jim Butler, County Waterford Renault Clio. Jim Butler, County Waterford Renault Clio 9B. Killian Murphy, Kilkenny in his Ford 1A. Cian MacDonald from Wexford in his Ford 1A. Ken McAvoy from Wicklow Riley 12-4 Class 4. Clive Bradshaw from Wicklow Peugeot 106 GTI 8B. Pierce Hamdrick, Kilkenny Honda Civic VTEC Class 2. Graham Bradley, Wexford Honda Civic EK4 Class 2. BJ Doyle, Wexford Peugeot 206 XSI 8B. John Pettit, Wexford Darien T90 GTR 9B. Kieran Burke, Limerick Ford Escort 8A. Nathan Lawler from Wexford Peugeot 107 1J. Willie Fogarty, Kilkenny Fiat 127 1A. Dan Nash, Wexford Fiesta Rally 4 9B. Stephen Brennan, Kilkenny Honda Civic 9B. John Mahon from Wexford DJ Class 6. Peter Bogan from Wexford in his Escort 3A. Patrick Milet from Wexford Citroen GTR 8-valve 8A. Billy White from Dublin in his Roger again, Class 7. Martin O'Dowd, Wexford Toyota Corolla 8B. Siobhan McCann, Wexford in her Ray 86F, Class 6. Enda Byrne, Wexford BWV Class 5. Wolfgang Schnittger, County Wicklow MG Midget Class 4. Seamus Anderson, Kilkenny Ford Anglia 8A. Eamon Murphy, Kilkenny Ford Cosworth 10. Russell Stanworth from Wicklow in his Reynard Opel Lotus Class 7. Johnny Murray, Wexford Fiat Cinquecento 1B. Welcome back, Johnny. Ben O'Brien, Limerick in the Judd Engine Gould Class 7. Shay Delaney, Wexford Honda Civic EK4 Class 2. Rob Dwan from Clare in his OMS 25 Class 7. Gary Bradley from Wexford Ford Escort Mark II 9B. David Bradley, Wexford Ford Fiesta 1J. Declan Gannon, Limerick Ford Fiesta R5 Class 10. Mickey Morahan, Kilkenny Subaru Impreza Class 10. And then we have Willie Barrett from Limerick in his Honda Civic. The first half of the practice is over, it seems. We're going to show you the Saturday winner of last year's Wexford Sprint, and we have some images of that sprint last year. This is the QR code you can scan if you want to become a marshal at the next event, which is the MEC event in Mondello. I give you the date in a second. If you scan this code, it'll generate an email, and you can give your own details and ask for information by generating an email with this code. The next event will be the MEC Sprint in Mondello. It's May 17th and May 18th. Then the event after that will be Carlow, June 14th and 15th. Then we have the West Meath Hillclimb, June 28th and 29th. Connacht Hillclimb, August 23rd and 24th. And then the two non-championship rounds will be on the 12th and 13th of July, the Galway Hillclimb, and the 6th and 7th of September in Donegal. I will leave the start line images running for you now, so you get an impression of what is happening on the start line, and we'll be back soon with round 1 of round 3 of the Alekto Irish Hill Climbing Sprint Championship. So we just saw the last batch of the practice go by. We are just trying to sort out a few sound issues here while Dara makes his way up the hill to make sure it's all clear for run 1, and we'll be back to you soon. So the cars are getting ready for the first batch of run 1 now, of round 3 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship here in Newbarn, County Wexford. We will have live footage for you from both the start line as well as from different locations up the hill provided by Senan. We are already seeing the first cars lining up for the first run of the day. So thank you again for tuning in and enjoy the first run of round 3 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. Here you see the second batch of the cars coming down the hill from practice run. They're making their way back to the paddock. Seamus Anderson there in his Anglia, followed by Declan Gannon. At the end of the pack, there's Billy White, Ben O'Brien, and Rob Dwan making their way back as well. These three cars will most likely be competing for the fastest time. So best wishes for them and everybody else in the field.
Apologies for the poor audio there. We're just I had a rain cover on, I just removed it.
We have our first times in from the first half of one. Patrick Milet in his B class 80, 117.26. David Furlong in his BMW Mini Cooper class 80, 117.28. Damien Walsh in his class 8, 8. Chris 120.81. John Hackett in his Mini Marcos class 4, 121.50. Ian McDonald in his Ford class 1A, 122.31. Willie Fogarty in his Fiat 127, 1A, 122.53. Johnny Murray in his Fiat Cinquecento, Class 1B, 122.63. Francis Dempsey in his Fiat Cinquecento, Class 1B, 122.77. Ruth Newton in the BMW Mini, Class 2, 114. Robert Cummins in his Fiat Seicento, 1B, 123.60. Cathal Murphy in his 1B, 123.72. Daniel Jones, 120. Elaine Kerwin in her Scarlet, 124.4. Eva White in her 1. Wolf Nitka in his 1.7. Cillian Murphy in his 1. Alekto in his EMC Kitchen, or 155, and Ray Fitzgerald in his Fiat Seicento Class 1A 155.66. So we're just waiting for the second batch of the first run to make their way up the hill. First, our bike marshal, will bring the first batch down. So as soon as you see the cars coming back down the hill past the start line, the second batch will get the all clear to go up. I will give you a rundown of the class sponsors and the classes later on. Now we will switch over to Senan, who is sending us the live feed from another angle of the start line. So this resumes the second half of run 1. Damien Walsh got a second run at the run. His first recorded time was 1:18.98, but he has now recorded the time, clocked the time of 1:06.55. Intrigued to find out what happened there. Maybe something crossed the road and he got a second run. Anyway, we will update the results sheets here. You'll find the results on timing.irishhillclimb.com. And while we wait for the rest of the results to come through and to also show Siobhan McCann, who I believe was the last one to make her way up the hill. Oh, we have another car. So we'll wait for that to go up and then I'll give you the results. So the bike marshal has gone up the hill. For me, that's the sign that the second half of run 1 is complete. We are going to have a look at the result sheet now that run 1 is over. I'll keep the pictures going so that you see what's going on the hill, and that to make sure that you don't miss anything. So as we assumed, Rob Dwan is the man to beat. He recorded the fastest time and beat the 1 minute mark. His fastest time so far was 59:10, followed by Billy White in his Renault Formula Renault, the Roger, 1:05.17. Then we have Dan Nash in his Ford Fiesta Rally 4 9B, 1:05.89. Russell Stanworth in his Reynard Formula Opel Lotus, Class 7, 1:06.35. Damien Walsh, the new recorded time for run 1, 1:06.55. Siobhan McCann in her Ray, Class 6, 1:08.56. Seamus Morris in his Darien T90 GTR, Class 10, 1:09.28. Declan Gannon in his Ford Fiesta R5, Class 10, 1:09.62. Christopher Snow in his Civic, Class 3A, 110.79. Ben O'Brien in the Jod Engine Gould, Class 7, 110.98. Shay Delaney in the Honda Civic EK4, Class 2, 111.61. Keith Cullen in his Honda Civic EK4, 111.73. Ray Cunningham in his Morris Cooper S 1A, 111.83. Tommy Gardner in his Honda Civic VTEC 3A, 112.29. Peter Bogan in his Escort Class 3A, 112.36. Graham Bradley in his Civic EK4 Class 2, 113.13. David Dempsey in his Mitsubishi Evo 5 Class 3B, 113.20. John Pettit in his Darien T90 GTR Class 9B, 113.24. Enda Byrne in his VW Formula V Class 5, 113.85. Jack Hendrick in his Suzuki Swift Class 1A, 114.95. Piers Hendrick in his Honda Civic VTEC Class 2, 115.10. Seamus Anderson in the Ford Anglia Class 8A, 115.38. Eddie Lyons in his Mitsubishi Evo Class 10, 115.50. Kieran Burke in his Ford Escort Class 8A, 115.79. And thanks to Senan and our start line camera, we can see the cars coming back down the hill into the paddock. So Clive Bradshaw in his Peugeot 106 GTI Class 8B, 115.98. Ian Roach in his Honda Civic EK4 Class 8B, 116.32. Patrick Milet in his Citroen VTR 8-valve Class 8A, 117.26. David Furlong in his BMW Mini Cooper Class 8B, 117.28. Martin O'Dowd in his Toyota Corolla Class 8B, 119.91. Mickey Morahan in the Subaru Impreza Class 10, 120.64. Chris Snow in his Honda Civic Class 2, 120.81. John Hackett in his Mini Marcos Class 4, 121.50. Keane McDonald in his Ford Class 1A, 122.31. Willie Fogarty in his Fiat 127 1A, 122.53. Johnny Murray is currently leading the Cento class. Welcome back, Johnny. 1B, 122.63. Francis Dempsey, Fiat Cinquecento 1B, 122.77. John Ford in his Citroen C2 8A, 123.01. Ruth Nugent in the BMW Mini Class 2, 123.14. And then we have the first of two juniors today. Michael Furlong in the Mini Cooper, 123.38. Jim Butler then in his Renault Clio Class 3A, 123.51. Robert Cummins in the Fiat Seicento Class 1B, 123.72. Daniel Jones in his Citroen Saxo VTS Class 2, 123.98. Elaine Kerwin in a Toyota Starlet 1A, 124.54. Gary Bradley in his BMW Mini Cooper 9B, 124.61. Kiva White in her Seicento 1B, 125.89. Wolfgang Schnittger in his MG Midget Class 4, 125.97. Killian Murphy in his Ford 1A, 128 flat. Val Thompson in the TMC Costin Class 4, 135.65. Jack Kelly and his Fiesta 1J, that's the second junior today. Brilliant to see two cars competing in the junior class again, or two competitors I should say. 140.76. Cam McAvoy in his Riley 12.4 Class 4, 147.77. And then Ray Fitzgerald completes the results sheet in his Seicento Class 1A, 1:55.66. So here you see the single-seaters making their way back down the hill past the start line to the paddock. As I said, Rob Dwan is the man to beat. He set the fastest time for now for Class 7, 59 seconds and 10 hundredths, if I'm not mistaken. We're now waiting for the competitors to come back to the start line for the first half of run 2. And after that, I believe Senan is going to change location, so you get to see a bit more than the start line. Currently we have it from 2 angles, and then later on Senan will make his way up the hill as usual to give you more footage further along. Shout out to Stefan Walsh. He said 30 years ago this year it went off. I'm not sure what he's referring to, but you'll be pleased to know that we do have some archive footage from 20 years ago from the Wexford Sprint. So there's something to look forward to down the line. But the hill seems very, very well organized. Again, fair play to the organizers and officials, all the marshals, for running it so well. Soon we're going to kick off with the first half of run 2. If you have any feedback for us regarding things you would like to know, things you would like to find out, things you don't want to listen to anymore, or if you have anything else you'd like featured or covered, please let us know. I'm keeping a close eye on... while we see one competitor towing another one back to the paddock, I'm keeping a close eye on the Facebook comments, and I thank David Syme for his comments. Tony Ferris, we miss you. We're missing you. Marco Carroll, what's the crack? When are you coming out again? We see the bike marshal coming back down and the officials clearing the start line, so it won't take long now for the first half of run 2 to commence. Yeah, so feedback is welcome. Also, like I said, if you'd like to become a marshal, to get behind the scenes, if you're a competitor and your car isn't ready for the next event and you would still like to soak up the atmosphere live in Mondello, please do come and think about marshalling. I will put up the QR code again later on. And we have a car on the start line for the first half of run 2. This completes the first half of run 2 today here in New Barn, County Wexford, the round 3 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. Shout out to Brendan at location 7. I'm guessing he's one of our marshals. Thank you, Brendan, for what you do. The marshals here in the hill climbs are very important. They make sure that the drivers are safe. They are eyes on the road ahead, as they have no co-driver or other means of assistance, shall we say. The marshals are making sure that the course ahead is clear for them, so the drivers can really rely on the road being clear. I just wanted to give you a rundown of the officials before the second half of run 2 will make their way to the start line. The Motorsport Ireland steward today is Brian Keegan. The Motorsport Ireland safety delegate is James O'Rourke. Motorsport Ireland chief scrutineer is Michael P. Brady. The event secretary is Esther Kerwin. The assistant secretary is Margaret Fielding. Time and results are provided by Alan Corrigan. Shout out to Alan, thank you very much. We heavily rely on your services. The ambulance is provided by the Red Cross and the rescue by Leinster Rally Rescue. The bike marshal on the hill is Daryl Ramsey, and you will see him later on in our archive footage because he actually won the 2005 Wexford Sprint. So something to look forward to there, seeing Daryl on 4 wheels rather than 2. The paddock marshal, as usual, is Jay O'Rourke and the team around him. The clerk of the course, like I said earlier, is Emmett Cleary. Deputy clerk of the course is Pat Caulfield. Club steward is Graham Scallon. The club safety delegate is James Dorn. And the chief marshal is Cian Murphy. Once more, thanks to all the marshals for facilitating the event. Really, without you we wouldn't be able to run it. So if you want to join Wexford Motor Club to either compete in the future or become a marshal, you can do so at www.wexfordmotorclub.ie. I just had a look at Rob Dwan's previous record on this hill, which was 57.35. So he has to do a little bit better than he did in run 1, but I'm sure there's no doubt he's keeping an eye on those times as well. So far his fastest time is 59.10 today. And while we're waiting for the first batch of cars to come down the hill and for Senan to go to a new location to give us a better look at the next part of the hill, I will give you the future events that we're looking forward to in the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. So this is round 3 and 4, facilitated by the Wexford Motor Club. Then we have the next 2 rounds facilitated by MEC, the Motor Enthusiasts Club in the Dublin area. It's going to be a sprint in Mondello. And like I said before, if you want to become involved in that and see behind the scenes, you can scan scan this code, and that will generate an email to the marshal representative in MEC, Brian Conlon. He will be happy to provide you with more details regarding the times you need to be there and the ins and outs of marshalling in Mondello. So very exciting prospect for anybody, open for anybody if you want to become involved. So you can just scan this QR code and it will generate an email where you can provide your own email address and ask for more information regarding the next event. After MEC, then we have the Carlow Hillclimb around the June 14th and 15th. Then we are going to Westmeath at the end of June, 28th and 29th. Then we have the Connaught Hillclimb in August 23rd and 24th. And the two non-championship events, July 12th and 13th, the Galway Hillclimb, and September 6th and 7th, the Donegal Hillclimb. So in the feed now, you see the cars coming back down the hill into the paddock and going past the competitors that are lining up for Run 2B, second half of Run 2. Daryl gave his thumbs up there, so I'm guessing we're good to go ahead with the second half of Run 2. There seems to be an interruption, so I will have a rundown through the classes and class sponsors with you. Class 1A, the Bantam Saloon class, is Class 5 production, modified production saloons and roadsters up to 1400 cc. It's sponsored by David Byrne Auto Repairs. Then we have Class 1B, the Cento Challenge, class Fiat Cinquecento and Seicento as per technical regulations published on the MI website, sponsored by the late Simon McKinley, who was a founding member of the class alongside Dermot Nolan. I think I said the last time that you can get a car into this class to the regulations under £2,000. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Finding one seems to be the biggest problem, as they seem to be as rare as hen's teeth at the moment. There are still few of them out there though, and here's a shout out to Leah Kane and Ivalo Linder. I hope that Ivalo is working on his little black Cinquecento today, and we're all looking forward to seeing him out again. And of course Leah as well. Hopefully she'll be out again soon too. Class 2 is the 1600 Saloon class. Sorry, I should continue here as well. Class 4 production, modified production saloons and roadsters between 1400 and 1615 cc, 50 cc, sponsored by Declan Gannon. DG Autos, based in Ballyneety, County Limerick. They are suppliers of new and used cars, vans and 4x4s, and specialists in sourcing vehicles to their customers' specifications. I will skip back to the start line. This concludes the second half of run 2. I'm sorry I got the graphic run there in the middle of it. I was a bit of ahead of myself and put class 3A there, but this is still, run 3A there, but this was the second run 2. We see the bike marshal Daryl go up the hill now to gather the cars that went up just now to come back to the paddock, and I see that the officials are handing out lunch packets to the marshals. That's another quirk when you're marshalling at these hills. The motor clubs look after you very well. You get, I think, 3 meals a day, a breakfast, a lunch and a dinner, and in this case you even get a lovely Irish Hillclimb bag with it. So I will refresh the times to make sure that we have Ben O'Brien's latest time before I give you a rundown of the times. Yes, Ben's time's here now, so I will give you a rundown. Rob Dwan bettered his time to 57.56. Now let's go back to the record of last year. I wonder, did he beat it? Or I'm not actually sure if it was last year that this record was set. So last year's record set by Rob Dwan, or last time's record set by Rob Dwan, or standing record I should say, was 57.35. And the time Rob recorded in the current race is 57.56. So there's still 21/100th of a second to go, Rob. So, but yes, great time, and we hope for more good times and a good battle for the fastest time of the day. Rob is followed by Billy White in his Roger. His best time was run 2, 1:03.55. Then James Bradley in the Ford Fiesta Rally 4, 1:05.09 in run 2. Russell Stanworth in the Renault Formula Opel, 1:05.30 run 2. Damien Walsh in the Wildcat, 1:06.17 run 2. Siobhan McCann in her Ray, 1:06.98. Christopher Snow in his Civic, 1:07.53. Declan Gannon in the Fiesta R5, our class sponsor that I was talking about earlier, class 10, 1:07.86. Ben O'Brien then in the Judd Engine Gould, 1:08.98. Shay Delaney in the Honda Civic, 1:09.05. Keith Cullen in the Civic, 1:09.21. And here's the cars coming back down. Seamus Morris in his Darien T90, 1:09.28. We haven't got a time for run 2 from him. Peter Bogan in the Escort, 1:10.68. John Mahon in the DJ, 110.76. Graham Bradley in the Civic EK4, 110.99. David Dempsey in the Evo, 111.10. Ray Cunningham in his Mini Cooper, 111.83. Tommy Gardner in the Civic VTEC, 112.79. His run one time was actually better. Ender Byrne in the Formula V, 112.64. Eddie Lyons in the Evo, 113.08. Ian Roach in the Civic EK4, 113.21. John Pettit in the Darien T90 GTR, 113.24. That was his run one time. Piers Hendrick in his Honda Civic VTEC, 113.56. Jack Hendrick in his Suzuki Swift 1A, 114.05. Kieran Burke in his Escort, 114.50. Seamus Anderson in the Anglia, 115.04. Patrick Milet in his Citroen VTR 8 valve, 115.68. David Furlong in the Cooper, 115.70. Clive Bradshaw in the Peugeot 106 GTI, 115.90. David Bradley in the Formula V, 116.24. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos, 119.49. I believe that car is celebrating its 60th anniversary. Martin O'Dowd in the Toyota Corolla, 119.91, recorded in 1.1. Daniel Jones in his Saxo, 120.30. Wolfgang Schnittger in the MG Midget, the colorful one, 120.53. John Ford in the Citroen C2, 120.56. Mickey Morahan in the Subaru Impreza, 121.36. Chris Snow in the Civic, 120.81, recorded in run 1. Willie Fogarty in the Fiat 127, 121.16. Michael Furlong in the Mini Cooper, 121.50. Ruth Nugent in the BMW Mini, 121.58. Francis Dempsey is leading the Cento class at the moment, 1B, with 121.74, followed by Robert Cummins in his Seicento, 122.02. Then we have Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet, 122.05. Kean McDonald in his Ford 1A, 122.31, recorded in round 1. Cathal Murphy in his Seicento, Class 1B, 122.48. Johnny Murray-then in his Cinquecento, 123.74. Kiva White in her Seicento, 123.43. Kim Butler in his Clio, 123.51, recorded in round 1. Gary Bradley in his BMW Mini Cooper, 124.98. 124.61, recorded in round 1. Killian Murphy in his Ford, 126.73. Val Thompson in the TMC Costin, 131.74 for Class 4. Jack Kelly in his Fiesta, 134.46. Cam McAvoy in his Riley 12.4, 142.04. And Ray Fitzgerald in his Seicento, Class 1A, 147.86. So as I said earlier, the officials decided to put the lunch break now just ahead of run 3, the first one of 3, or the first batch of run 3. I'm going to go back to the sponsors while we wait for them to clear the start line. Unfortunately, we have lost our start line signal, it seems. That was an image from the archive. I believe we will soon start with the second batch of run through 3. But I can't hear anything yet, so I'm going to go back to the class sponsors and explain how you qualify for which class. I just got feedback there that I wasn't audible. So we might go back to class 2 yet again, just to make sure everybody's covered. So class 2 is the 1600 saloon class with the performance factor, class 4 production, modified production saloons and roadsters between 1401 and 1650 cc. Sponsored by Declan Gannon DG Autos, based in Ballymeety, County Limerick, supplier of new and used cars, vans and 4x4s, specialist in sourcing vehicles to their customer specifications, and he is currently driving an R5 Fiesta in both hillclimb and some stage rallying events. The website to get in touch with them is www.dgautos.ie. Class 3A then, the Super Saloon class, Performance Factor Class 3, Production, Modified Production Saloons and Roadsters between 1651 and 2100 cc, front engine sports cars up to 1650 cc with car derived engines and up to 1200 cc with motorbike derived engines, silhouette cars and space frame saloons up to 1650 cc. This class is sponsored by Barrett Trailers, based in Kilfenan, County Limerick, and Willie can be reached under 063 91843. They are the main dealers for Brian James trailers, Cheval Liberté horse trailers, Debon box trailers or Debon, Toughmark cattle and agri trailers, and Erde trailers. They also have a huge range of trailer parts in stock and also repair trailers. So if you want to get in touch with them or are in need of a trailer or trailer repair, their website is www.barretttrailers.ie. Mind the triple T there in the middle of Barrett Trailers. Class 3B then is the ultimate saloon class. Performance Factor Class 2 production, modified production saloon, as well as roadsters over 2100 cc. Silhouette cars from 1651 cc to 2100 cc, and space framed saloons over 1650 cc. Front engine sports cars with bike derived engines over 1200 cc and with car derived engines between 1651 and 2500 cc. Four-wheel drive production saloons and modified saloons. Sponsored by Dirk Yacht Charter. I made that mistake the last time. Rory will get a laugh out of that. So Dirk Yacht Charter, they specialize in skippered cruises on a very fast Red Bay 32-foot rib on Loch Dirk. To get in touch with them, Google it. Or if you have, call Rory and Paula on their numbers. Class 3C, sports car class, performance factor class 1, silhouette cars, as well as front engine sports cars with car derived engines over 2100 cc, rear engine sports cars up to 2100 cc, alloy and composite saloons unlimited. And they are sponsored by the Galway Mini Centre, Ray Cunningham, who is competing today again in his Mini Cooper S. Class 4 then, the Historics class or Historic class classic cars as per the regulations of the Historic Racing Car Association of Ireland, the HRCA. Reference would be the Motorsport Ireland Appendix 49 and the FIA Appendix. I seem to be missing what FIA Appendix here. I beg your pardon, I will look that up later on. Compliance documents required are HTP, HRVIF, or written confirmations of compliance with the HRCA regulations from an authorized representative of the HRCA. And they are sponsored by CBI Freight UK Limited. Yeah, it's FIA Appendix K. That was the letter I was missing. So the Motorsport Ireland Appendix 49 or FIA Appendix K. And this is Mick Walsh's business, and we're missing him today. I believe he has private obligations, and there's maybe a tour coming up. So Mick, we hope to see you at the next event in Mondello. Here we see Ian Roach in his Civic being towed back into the paddock. I hope everything is okay and that he'll get the car back on the road again soon. I'll continue with the classes. So Class 1J, our junior saloon class. We have two entrants for this class at the current event. You can take part in this class if you're between 13 and 17 inclusive. And the cars are production or modified production saloon cars. Eligible for this class would be Fiat Cento Challenge as per the Hillclimb Technical Regulations 1B, and cars that comply with Junior Rallycross regulations Junior Mini Challenge cars as per Mini Challenge regulations, and J1000 cars as per the 11,000 regulations. Our two competitors in this class are Michael Furlong in the BMW Mini Cooper and Jack Kelly in the Ford Fiesta. And just as an information, if you compete in the junior class, unfortunately, you have to carry the extra weight of an adult, I believe, who helps you along the hill. But as soon as you pass the 17th birthday, or the 17th birth year, I should say, you can go onto the hill on your own. Class 5 is the Formula Ford V class, Formula Ford 1600, Classic Formula Ford 1600 as per current or previous Ford Motorsport regulations, Formula V as per current or previous Formula V regulations, see Appendix 45. It's permitted to use the current A1 tires in lieu of Dunlop tires specified in previous regulations, and this class is sponsored by the DPF Clinic. They are Limerick-based and are experts in modern diesel emission systems, hence cover all aspects of DPF and AdBlue SCR system diagnostics and repairs. More information can be found on their website, www.dpfclinic.ie. Oh, and I should say that the Junior 1 class is sponsored by Motorsport Ireland. Class 6 then, the Super Single-Seater class, single-seaters up to 2100cc, having only 2 valves per cylinder, single-seaters up to 1650cc, having more than 2 valves per cylinder. The class is sponsored by Cottage Kitchens, Siobhan McCann and Enda Burns business. They design and make bespoke kitchens, utilities, pantries and islands, but also wardrobes, living room units, home offices, understair storage, custom-built stairs and storage solutions. They are based in Gorey, but cover the whole Leinster area, and they have a Facebook and Instagram page, and their contact page is available on the website. So go to www.cottagekitchens.ie. Class 7 then, the Libre class are single-seaters over 2100cc, having only 2 valves per cylinder, rear engine sports cars over 2100cc, four-wheel drive cars to cover any four-wheel drive vehicle that is not rally, production or modified production saloon. And the sponsors here are Bell Homes, Frank Bell and Sons Limited, a revered second-generation home builder near Mullingar, delivering high-quality homes since 1976, spearheaded by Managing Director Shane Bell, whom you might know as a competitor. The company has maintained its reputation for excellence through nearly 5 decades of consistent quality craftsmanship, and their focus is on local development and maintaining high standards in constructions. The website is www.bellhomes.ie. Class 8A, the 1650cc 8-valve rally cars, is the Performance Factor Class 6 two-wheel drive rally cars up to 1650cc with not more than 2 valves per cylinder. And they are sponsored by AK Services, Alan Kane, who's a supplier of all roofing as well as spray foam insulation for houses and sheds. we might be starting with the first half of run 3. Oh, sorry, the second half of run 3. Oh, I just see that the bike marshal is going up the hill again. So I'll continue with our class sponsors. So once more, AK services can be reached under 083 094 8440, and they sponsor class 8A. If you're wondering what the performance factor number is about that I keep mentioning, the performance factor is a method of classifying the cars, the calculation for which consists of allocating a performance value specific to each car based on its weight and technical parameters. And we have a car on the hill. Short interruption here, we hope. So I'll just continue with the class sponsors. Class 8B is sponsored. Oh, sorry, I was still talking about the performance factor. So The performance factor number of a car must be generated using the dedicated performance factor website, and you can find that under www.fiaperformancefactor.com. Classes will be determined based on the following performance factor points. Performance factor class 1, 0 to 59, class 2, 60 to 119, class 3, 120 to 179, class 4, 180 to 239, performance factor class 5, 240 to 299, and performance factor class 6, 300 and above. And this class is sponsored by AK Services, Allen Kane, supplier of all roofing as well as spray foam insulations for houses and sheds. So give him a ring on the 083 094 8440. Class 8B then is the 1650cc 16-valve rally car class. Two-wheel drive rally cars up to 1650cc with more than 2 valves per cylinder. They are sponsored by Brian Kerwin Auto Developments, and they offer vehicle servicing and repairs, pre-DOF or NCT inspections and rectifications, cars, commercials 4x4s, emissions testing and repair, battery sales, wheel alignment, diagnostic and fault finding. And they're based on Barracks Road, Adamstown, County Wexford, and accept all major credit and debit cards. You can reach them on their 087 2991 460. Class 9A then is the 2100cc 8-valve rally car class. Two-wheel drive rally cars from 1651cc to 2100cc with not more than 2 valves per cylinder. This class is sponsored by UMG Carpentry, Alton McGowan, and UMG Carpentry and Construction are based in County Sligo, servicing the northwest of the country, and they provide all types of roofing and construction. So you can give Alton a call under 086 384 6973. Class 9B is the 2100cc 16-valve rally cars. Two-wheel drive rally cars from 1651cc to 2100cc with more than 2 valves per cylinder. We are still looking for sponsors here, so if you're interested in sponsoring one of the classes, please get in touch with any member of the Hillclimb Commission. Siobhan McCann might be a good point of contact, or Enda Byrne. Tommy Gardner will be able to help out as well, so please give them a ring. Ben O'Brien, either of these people will be able to give you more information on becoming a sponsor or becoming involved. Class 10 is also still looking for a sponsor. It's the Unlimited Rally class, two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive rally cars over 2100cc. These classes must apply to all championship events. The organizing clubs may include extra classes or amalgamate classes, subject to the approval of the Hillclimb and Sprint Commission. Rally cars must run rally ready to include tires, seats, etc. So now we'll give you a rundown of the Wexford Sprint 2005. Like I said, you will see Daryl Ramsey driving 4 wheels for a change, and he actually won the event on the Saturday. And I will put the little, as soon as we have signal again, I will put the start line camera back up again as we're sorting out signal for it. So here's some archive footage of the 2005 Wexford sprint. as the bike marshal is making his way up the hill, we will have a look at the results. I have a bit of a feeling that the result thing might have been damaged while during the last interruption, or maybe it's just taking a little bit longer for the times to upload. But I'll keep refreshing it, and I will give you an update as soon as we have them. Yeah. So now we have the times of the first batch of run 3, and I'll just go down the rankings as they stand now for the competitors that did run 3. Let's see whether they haven't been included into the overall sheet. So this is just the times of the people that did the first half of run 3. The fastest was Damien Walsh in the Wildcat Class 3A, 1648. Brian Kerwin in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, 1659. Shay Delaney in his Honda Civic EK4 Class 2, 1768. Graham Bradley in his Honda Civic EK4 Class 2, 11092. Ray Cunningham in his Morris Cooper S 1A, 11107. Peter Bogan in his Ford Escort 3A, 11131. Pierce Hamdrick in his Honda Civic VTEC Class 2, 11378. Jack Hamdrick in his Suzuki Swift 1A, 11499. David Furlong in his BMW Mini Cooper competing in Class 8B, 11572. Patrick Milet in his Citroen VTR 8V, Class 8A, 11760. John Hackett in his Mini Marcos, Class 4, 11910. Ruth Nugent in the BMW Mini, Class 2, 11927. Chris Snow in his Honda Civic, Class 2, 11963. Willie Fogarty, Fiat 127, 1A, 11964. Wolfgang Schnittger in the MG Midget, Class 4, 12075. Elaine Kerwin in the Starlet, 1A, 12077. Francis Dempsey in his Cinquecento, 1B, 12170. Cian McDonald in his Ford, Class 1A, 12185. Robert Cummins then in the Seicento, 1B, 12232. Johnny Murray in his Cinquecento, 1B, 12387. Kiva White in her Seicento, Class 1B, 12480. Cahill Murphy in his Seicento, Class 1B, 12581. And there we see Senan. I think he's trying to sort out the start line camera. Thank you, Senan. Killian Murphy then in his Ford, Class 1A, 12777. Val Thompson in his TMC Costin, Class 4, 13218. Jack Kelly in his Ford Fiesta, 1J, 13512. Ken McAvoy in his Riley, 124, Class 4, 13592. And Ray Fitzgerald in his Fiat Seicento, Class 1A, 14560. So this Seicento doesn't qualify for the Cento class, which is why he is competing in Class. And here we see the cars coming back down the hill as they may make their way back, and then we will have the second half of round 3 here in Newbourne, County Wexford. It's still dry. We're hoping for it to hold off and stay dry. Dry is the most important. It's a little bit overcast. There's a tiny bit of wind, but that's good. once again, shout out there to our cameraman Senan, who managed to our start line camera. So here you see the cars making their way back into the paddock, and the bike marshal is back as well with the thumbs up. And we have the second batch of cars making their way to the line. This is the third run of round 3 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. Enjoy. We have a bit of an interruption here now, so I will go back to the 2005 Wexford Sprint, and hopefully the interruption won't be so long. I'll keep the little picture of the start line in the corner though for you to see what's going on the hill. Short interruption here, we hope. So we will just wait for the bike marshal to clear the track again. Senan is relocating and we're looking forward to seeing what location he found for us this time. It's still dry, so hopefully it will stay that way until we finish the runs. I'm guessing there will probably be 5 runs. That's usually the standard. The interruption is ongoing, but so if he gives us the thumbs up, we can go back to watching the cars off the line and then hopefully get a signal from Senan soon enough. Enjoy run 3. Of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. Seamus Anderson ending or finalizing the tin top or saloon competitors for round 3. And now we have Ben O'Brien queuing up at the start line ahead of the rest of the single seaters, chasing Rob Dwan's fastest time.
Just past the red line.
Hopefully only a short interruption there. I will have a look at the times. We don't have the first batch of the single seaters times in yet. Oh, we do. So Rob Dwan hasn't gone yet. We see him on the sideline, I believe, if I can see that correctly. It's a very small screen. So his fastest time for the moment stands at 57.56. Then we have Billy White. There's no time for him yet for run 3. Let me just refresh this here. Not yet. So currently the overall standings, but not the.
End it there for a rerun.
Back and that second, the single seat are going to go up the hill for their third. I just thought I was muted all along, so I was telling all these things, hugely interesting things, obviously, to myself. So once more, I just refreshed the time sheet and I saw that Robert Dwan has actually bettered his record. So the Wexford Motor Club will have to amend the record to a new one for this hill. Rob Dwan set a new fastest time of 56.95 in run 3. He has just gone up along with the other single-seaters. So I'm going to go down the result sheet now for you and give you all the times that have been recorded so far. Second is Billy White in his Roger, 102.79, recorded in run 3. I'm just testing whether you can hear me now. There seems to be a sound issue. Test. Yes. Okay. So I can hear myself, so I have to turn myself down. That's why I didn't realize I was muted, because I had turned the... Anyway, so as I was saying before, Robert Dwan said... ...108, David MC in the Mitsubishi 5, 110.37. John Mahan in the DJ 110.76. Graham Bradley in the Honda Civic EK4 110.92. Ray Cunningham in the Morris Cooper S 111.07. Enda Byrne in the VWV 111.58. Tommy Gardner in the Honda Civic VTEC 112.29. Eddie Lyons in the Mitsubishi Evo 113.08. Ian Roach in the Honda Civic EK4 113.21. John Pettit in the Darien T90 GTR 113.24. Pierce Hendrick in the Honda Civic VTEC 113.56. And Jack Hendrick in his Suzuki Swift 114.05, as we see the bike marshal making his way back down the hill. I don't see many people lining up for run 4, so I'm just going to continue. 7. Patrick Milet in a Citroen VR8 Valve, 1:15:78. Dave Furr in a BMW Mini Cooper, 1:15:70. Oh, and we haven't the line, so we're going to switch over to that. The bike marshal is making his way up the hill. I'm not sure whether this is an actual red flag or whether it's just an interruption between the two parts of the run. Senan is going to stay in that location, so I'm going to keep the video going so that you can see what's happening on the hill, and we can keep an eye out for the bike marshal to come down again. As soon as he comes down and gives us the okay, the next batch of cars will be sent up. Unfortunately, our start line camera is not playing ball today, so we can't give you that feed for now, but we'll be working on that for tomorrow. I'm going to have a look at the times again because it's getting quite interesting with Rob Dwan setting a new record on the hill. Fair play, Rob. I'll have a look whether we have any times of run 4. We do. So I'm going to give you the times of the cars that have so far gone up the hill in run 4. So it's Brian Kerwin, the local, in his Peugeot 205 Railway Drive, 105.64. Followed by Damien Walsh in his Wildcat, 105.78. Shay Delaney in his Honda Civic EK4, 108.76. Ray Cunningham in his Morris Cooper S, 1A, 109.25. Tommy Gardner in his Honda Civic VTEC, 3A, 109.65. Graham Bradley in his Honda Civic EK4, Class 2, 109.75. Peter Bogan in the Ford Escort 3A, 111.17. Patrick Milet in the Citroen VTR 8 valve, Class 8A, 115.89. Chris Snow in his Honda Civic, Class 2, 119.39. Ruth Nugent in the BMW Mini, Class 2, 119.41. Michael Furlong in his BMW Mini Cooper in the junior class, 119.45. Elaine Kerwin then in her Toyota Starlet, Class 1A, 120.04. Willie Fogarty, Fiat 127, Class 1A, 120.77. Keane MacDonald in his Ford 1A, 121.49. Francis Dempsey in the Fiat Cinquecento 1B, leading the Cento class, is 121.79. Robert Cummins in the Seicento 1B, 122.59. Kiba White in her Seicento Class 1B, 123.23. Cillian Murphy in his Ford 1A, 126.11. Val Thompson in the TMC Costin Class 4, 126.68. Jack Kelly in his Ford Fiesta, also competing in the junior class, 132.18. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos, Class 4, 140.57. And Ray Fitzgerald in the Seicento, competing in Class 1A, 146.18. While we're waiting for the first half of Run 4 to resume, I'll give you some more archive footage from the 2005 event. And we'll be back with more action for you soon.
Told me. Not too bad, I suppose.
Here we see the bike marshal going up the hill to get the competitors who did the first half of run 4. Once they have come back down the hill, we will see the second batch of cars go up the hill. I'm going to have a look at the results sheet and see whether we have any results for run 4 yet for the first half. I believe those are the times I read out earlier, so I don't think there's a lot of... Well, I'll just read them out the way they are without their times, maybe, so that you get an impression. I'll read the times. So we're going to, as soon as we have the feed again, we're going to show you what's happening in the middle of the hill where Senan is filming. So I'm going to go down the results sheet. I think overall makes most sense. So that's the current standings. But please bear in mind that some of the drivers haven't done the run 4 yet. Amongst them are fastest at the top of the timesheet. So there hasn't been a change. First is still Robert Dwan with his new record, 56.95 from run 3. Then Billy White, 102.79. James Bradley, 105.67. Russell Stanworth, 112.28. Brian Kerwin did do his run 4 and bettered his time over 2 seconds, 105.64. Damien Walsh then in the Wildcat, 105.78. Siobhan McCann in her Ray, 105.91, recorded in run 3. Christopher Snow, 107.53. Shay Delaney, 107.68. Declan Gannon, 107.86. Ben O'Brien then, 108.08. Keith Collin, 109.21. Ray Cunningham, 109.25. Seamus Morris, 109.28. Tommy Gardner, 109.65. Graham Bradley, 109.75. David Dempsey, 110.37. Peter Bogan, 110.68. John Mahon, 110.76. Enda Byrne, 111.58. Eddie Lyons, 113.08. Ian Roach, 113.21. John Pettit, 113.24. Piers Hendrick, 113.56. Jack Hendrick, 114.05. Kieran Burke, 114.50. Seamus Anderson, 114.97. Patrick Milet, 115.68. David Furlong, 115.70. Clive Bradshaw, 115.90. David Bradley, 116.24. Martin O'Dowd, 117.42. John Hackett, 119.10. Ruth Nugent, 119.27. Chris Snow, 119.39. Michael Furlong, 119.45. Willie Fogarty, 119.64. Elaine Kerwin, 120.04. Daniel Jones, 120.08. Wolfgang Schnittger, 120.53. John Ford, 120.56. Mickey Morahan, 120.64. Cian McDonald, 121.49. Francis Dempsey, 121.70. Jim Butler, 121.99. Robert Cummins, 122.02. Cathal Murphy, 122.48. Johnny Murray, 122.63. Gary Bradley, 122.68. Kiva White, 122.23. 123.23. Killian Murphy, 126.11. Val Thompson, 126.68. Jack Kelly, 132.18. Ken McAvoy, 135.92. And Ray Fitzgerald, 145.60. The QR code I showed you earlier is to get involved in the next event, which is the MEC Hillclimb in Mondello. I'm going to give you the dates of the upcoming championship events once more. So here we have the May 17th, May 18th will be the MEC sprint in Mondello. June 14th and 15th will be the Carlo Hillclimb. June 28th and 29th, the Westmeath Hillclimb. August 23rd and 24th, the Connaught Hillclimb. And then the two non-championship events, July 12th and 13th, Galway Hillclimb, and September 6th and 7th, Donegal Hillclimb. So we'll have a look whether we don't have a signal yet from Senan. So I'm going to go back to our archive footage from 2005. Just bear with me 1 second. Well, so here we have the signal from Senan again. Senan, would you like to give us an impression of the hill from where you are? I see a lot of brake marks on the road. What can you tell us? I'm actually not sure whether that here back down where I am. So this is the batch of cars that has completed their 4th timed run. The bike marshal is directly behind him, Darren Ramsey, our 2005 Saturday winner. So as soon as he comes back across the start line with that batch of cars, the second half of Run 4 will commence, and we will see the single-seaters out again, which is the most exciting part of this part of the run, because as Rob Dwan has set a new record, I'm sure the others are eager to reply to that, shall we say. So they have now all crossed the start line, and I'm sure the next line of cars is queuing up to go up the hill. As soon as I see a car go past me, I will switch the sound over to Senan.
Thanks for joining us on Vantage Point Video live on YouTube and Facebook today. We're enjoying ourselves here down at the 90 left on this really nicely resurfaced piece of road. The Wexford Club have done well lobbying to get that sorted, because we can remember last year just how much the cars were going up and down as they came around here. And we're back underway with some action here. I can hear the cars leaving the start line now.
So this was Russell Stanworth, and he completes the fourth run of round 3 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship.
Okay, there's the bike marshal there at the end of run 4 here from the Wexford Hillclimb Sprint. And we're on the third round of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. Over to you, Sarah, in the studio. Hopefully you've got some points for us, or they'll be coming in shortly.
I do. So I'm going to have a look at the times and refresh it. Hopefully all the times will be there from run 4. Yes, we do have the times, and Rob Dwan has done it again. He set another new fastest time. .56.16, and I'm sure they're all glad it's nice and dry. So Rob Duran leading the results sheet with 56.16. Then we have Billy White 102.79, James Bradley 104.42, Russell Stanworth 105.30, Ben O'Brien 105.38, Brian Kerwin 105.64. Damien Walsh, 105.78. Siobhan McCann, 105.91. Christopher Snow, 107.53. Shay Delaney, 107.68. Declan Gannon, 107.86. Keith Cullen, 109.21. Ray Cunningham, 109.25. Seamus Morris, 109.28. John Mahon, 109.51. Tommy Gardner, 109.65. Graham Bradley, 109.75. David Dempsey, 110.18. Peter Bogan, 110.68. Enda Byrne, 112.33. Eddie Lyons, 113.08. Ian Roach, 113.21. Piers Handrick, 113.56. Jack Handrick, 113.78. Kieran Burke, 114.50. Seamus Anderson, 114.84. David Furlong, 115.24. Patrick Milet, 115.68. Clive Bradshaw, 115.90. David Bradley, 116.22. Mike O'Dowd, 117.32. Mike Morahan, 118.64. Wolfgang Schnittger, 118.94. John Hackett, 119.10. Ruth Nugent, 119.27. Chris Snow, 119.39. Michael Furlong, 119.45. Willie Fogarty, 119.64. Elaine Kerwin, 120.04. John Ford, 120.56. Kean MacDonald, 121.49. Francis Dempsey, 121.70. Johnny Murray, 121.78. Jim Butler, 121.99. Robert Cummins, 122.02. Cahill Murphy, 122.27. Gary Bradley, 122.68. Kiva White, 123.23. Killian Murphy, 126.11. Val Thompson, 126.68. Jack Kelly, 132.18. Ken McAvoy, 135.92. And Ray Fitzgerald completing the results sheet with 145.60. The cars are just passing me now. You might hear them in the background, as no doubt the other cars are queuing up to go up for run 5. I see the last single-seaters are just passing Senan. So we're going to get ready for the first half of run 5. As soon as the bike marshal comes past Senan and then past me, we know we're good to go for the next run. He always makes sure that the course is clear, and we're looking forward to giving up the thumbs up down here at the bottom of the hill by the start line, and then we know the next one will commence. It looks as if it's going to stay dry, which is great. The drivers will be delighted to hear that, especially the single-seaters, no doubt, as they have no cover apart from their helmets. The wind has picked up a bit, which might be good, might be blowing the clouds away that are there. It's overcast, no doubt, after a fantastic few days of bright sunshine across the whole country. We're spoiled, unfortunately, working, so couldn't make use of it much, but it's been a great week, and I just see Rob Dwan go by me and the bike marshal as well, and he's given us all the thumbs up. So get ready for run 5A and enjoy the live stream of round 3 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, streamed live on Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube, as well as the Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship and the Wexford Motor Club Facebook pages. So sit back and relax and enjoy the next run. Run 5. We seem to have lost Senan there. Just bear with me. The cars are still going up, so hopefully soon we'll have the signal recovered and can bring you more action from the hill. Looking good. It's a shame that we seem to have technical problems now towards the end of the day. I'll just give Senan a heads up there that we lost the signal again. Bear with us there. And we have him back. It's just a matter of letting him know that there's no signal. Mind you, he's also monitoring the stream, so he's probably aware and troubleshooting as we speak. So hang on in there, he'll be back soon. While we're waiting for him to establish the signal again. Oh, he's back. Perfect. the bike marshal has gone up the hill, so he's going to bring the cars down that have completed the first half of run 5. We already have some times, so I'll share with you. Obviously, as usual, there isn't much of a change on the top half of the result sheet because those cars haven't gone up the hill yet. But there's still improvements to a lot of the times. So I will give you the cars or the times of the cars that have already done run 5. And then after the run, I give you the overall times of the whole day. So at the moment, in run 5, we had Brian Kerwin, 104.44, Damien Walsh, 105.18, Ray Cunningham, 108.81, Tommy Gardner, 109.07, Graham Bradley, 109.78, Peter Bogan, 111.88, Piers Hendrick, 112.71, Jack Hendrick, 112.85, Patrick Milet, 115.07, David Furlong, 115.29, Ruth Nugent, 118.27, Elaine Kerwin, 118.35. Kean MacDonald, 120.75, Cahill Murphy, 121.71, Robert Cummins, 122.45, Kiva White, 122.63, Francis Dempsey, 122.74, Johnny Murray, 123.35, Killian Murphy, 125.81, Val Thompson, 128.51, Jack Kelly, 129.77, and Ray Fitzgerald, 143.97. So right now, the bike marshal is bringing the cars back down the hill. We have the feed now again from Senan, so you're going to see the cars coming down the hill that have done their last timed run of the day. Run 5 of the round 3 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. We are showing you, we're coming to you live on Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube. And we're sharing the stream to the Wexford Motor Club as well as the Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship Facebook pages. We'll be back to you tomorrow, obviously, with the fourth round of the championship of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. Also, again from the same hill, with different locations. We're hoping to give you a 2-location feed again tomorrow. We're constantly working on improving the broadcast and giving you more impressions from across the hills. So there will hopefully be a camera on the start line, like at the beginning of our stream, as well as Senan's camera, who will be making his way further up the hill so that you can see what course the drivers have to maneuver through. So here are the cars coming down. If we look at the classes, for example, 1B, I'm always interested in the tight classes. So in 1B, Kiva White managed to get into the top 3 in the last run before the award ceremony this evening. So fair play, Kiva. The first in Class 1B is Cahill Murphy in his Seicento. Then we have Robert Cummins and then Kiva White, followed by Francis Dempsey and Johnny Murray. We have Ray Fitzgerald's Seicento, but he's competing in Class 1A. And if we go back to, like, for example, Class 1A, we have Ray Cunningham in the lead currently, then Jack Handrick, then Elaine Kerwin. So she made the top 3 as well. Fair play, Elaine. And then we have Cian MacDonald and Killian Murphy, as well as Ray Fitzgerald, whom I mentioned earlier. Class 3A is led by Brian Kerwin, very tightly followed by Damien Walsh. There's only 0.74 of a second between them. And here's the bike marshal now at the end of the little parade of cars coming down the hill. He gave us the thumbs up, so I'm assuming that we will very soon have live action again. So enjoy the second half of the final run of round 3 of the Alekto Irish Hill Climb and Sprint Championship 2025. Buckle up, sit back and relax and enjoy the broadcast. I'm guessing this is the break before the single-seater get on the track, so... Oh, we have a car on the line. I just want to say thank you to Tommy Gardner, our championship sponsor, and his company Alekto. You can see their website on Alekto, alekto.ie. So www.alekto.ie, and they provide an electrical design, build and software development service to some of Ireland's leading production machine building companies. Alekto also integrates end-of-line packaging systems to Irish manufacturing sites. And here are now the last cars for today going up the hill.
Apologies there, just have to change an audio cable.
Yeah, when do you take down on the news come down then? Yeah. Yeah, nobody can yeah.
So this completes our coverage for today. this is the bike. The second part of run 5. The single-seaters have made their way up. Not all of them, I must say. Unfortunately, that would have been interesting, but I suppose some of them must have thought that their times can't be improved. So I am going to refresh the results sheet, and as soon as we have the time here for Billy White, who went up as the last competitor, I will give you a rundown of the times. These will be the overall times then, or the final times of the day. And then we'll be back tomorrow with more action of round 4 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. I guess while we're waiting for the time to update, we could give the championship sponsor a little bit more airtime. So this is their logo. Thanks again, Tommy Gardner, for your long year championship sponsorship. The website of his company is www.alekto.ie. And once more, they provide an electrical design, build and software development service to some of Ireland's leading production machine building companies, and they also integrate end-of-line packaging systems to Irish manufacturing sites, as well as virtual chicanes to the Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. So once more, I give you the next events to look forward to. Obviously, tomorrow, the second day of the Wexford Hillclimb. It will be on the same road as today. And we're looking forward to even more battles in the different classes. Then we have May 17th and 18th, the MEC Sprint. June 14th and 15th, the Carlow Hillclimb. Then June 28th and 29th, the Westmeath Hillclimb. Then the non-championship event in Galway, July 12th and 13th. In August, on the 23rd and 24th, the Connacht Hillclimb. And then on September 6th and 7th, the Donegal Hillclimb, which is also a non-championship event. We still have a signal from Senan, so you might get a glimpse of the cars coming back down the hill, the final time for today. While we're looking at this junction here, I'm going to read out the times. Yes, so we have a final time for Billy White, and it's official that no one was able to beat Robert Dwan's new record of 56.16. Then we have Billy White in his Formula Renault Roger 102.31. That car is still for sale, I believe. And if anybody else wants to advertise their business and sponsor a class, there's still classes open for sponsorship. Or if anybody else, in fact, wants to sell their cars, you can let me know. I'm happy to advertise your broadcast. Rob Dwan. James Bradley in the Ford Fiesta in class 9. In the future, it will be 104.44 class 3A. Damien Walsh. Sorry, 105.30. Christopher Snowen in his Civic 107.53. Shay Delaney in the Honda 8. Declan Gannon in his Fiesta 1786. John Mahon in the DJ 108.17. Keith Cullen in the Civic EK4 108.22. David Dempsey in the Mitsubishi Keith Cullen in the Civic 108.22, then Ray Cunningham in the Morris Cooper S 108.81, David Dempsey then in the Mitsubishi Evo 5 109.04, Tommy Gardner in the Honda Civic VTEC 109.07, Seamus Morris in the Darien T90 GTR 109.28, John Pettit in the Darien T90 GTR 109.33, Graham Bradley in the Honda Civic EK4 109.75, Peter Bogan in the Ford Escort competing Class 3A 110.68, Enda Byrne in the VWV 111.58, Piers Hendrick in the Honda Civic VTEC 112.71, Jack Hendrick Kieran Burke in the Ford Escort 114.50, James Anderson in the Ford Anglia 114.82, Clive Bradshaw in the Peugeot 106 GTI 115.07. There's Enda Byrne. Goodbye to Senan. Patrick Miles. Also back to our bike marshal. And David Furlong in the BMW Mini Cooper 115.24, Christopher Snow 116.20, David Bradley in the Formula V 116.22, Mickey Morhans in the Subaru Impreza 116.90. Martin O'Dowd in the Toyota Corolla 117.32, Daniel Jones in the Citroen Saxo 117.40, Ruth Nugent in the BMW Mini 118.27, Chris Snow in the Honda Civic 118.35, Wolfgang Schnittger in the MG Midget 118.94, Willie Fogarty in the Fiat 127 118.97, John Hackett in the Mini Marcos 119.10, Michael Furlong in the BMW Mini Cooper 119.45, Elaine Kerwin in her Toyota Starlet 119.90, John Ford in the Citroen C2 120.56, Cian McDonald in his Ford 120.75, Jim Butler in his Renault Clio 3A 121.10, Gary Bradley in his BMW Mini Cooper 121.49, Francis Dempsey in the Fiat Cinquecento 121.70, Cahill Murphy in his Seicento 121.71, Johnny Murray in his Cinquecento 121.78, Robert Cummins in the Seicento 122.02, Kiefer White in the Seicento 122.63, Killian Murphy in his Ford 125.81, Val Thompson in the TMC Costin 126.68, Jack Kelly in his Fiesta 129.77, Ken McAvoy in his Riley 12.4 135.92, and Ray Fitzgerald in his Seicento 143.97. So we've had two people compete in the junior class. Michael Furlong in his BMW Mini Cooper. Please bear in mind that these competitors have to carry another person in their car with them for safety reasons and to help them gain confidence and experience, I suppose, on the hill. So Michael Furlong his best time was 1:19:45, and then we had Jack Kelly in his Fiesta 1:29:77. Fair play. I believe those were their first events, so well done, lads. Onwards and upwards. It can only get better, especially when once you get rid of that extra weight in your car, and we all know in motor racing weight is everything. So we can have a look at the classes that are most tight. You can also have a look at the championship results yourself under timing.irishhillclimb.com. So timing.irishhillclimb in one word.com. It's down there in the ticker. Class 7, first in Class 7, Robert Wan with the fastest time and the new record, 56.16. Billy White then in his Renault Roger, and Ben O'Brien in the Judd Engine Gould, 1:03.98. Class 3A was won by Brian Kerwin, followed by Damien Walsh and Christopher Snow. Class 1A was won by Ray Cunningham, and then we have Jack Hendrick and Willie Fogarty. And to go down to the Cento class, which is always a great battle, and I think I didn't make allowance for more Centos coming up in the second half of the run 5. So first in Class 1B today is Francis Dempsey, then we have Cathal Murphy, and then Johnny Murray in his Cinquecento. So we do have a few more Cinquecentos this time again. We were missing them at the last hill. They are the older version of the Fiat 500, and then we have the Seicentos that are driven by Cathal Murphy, Robert Cummins, Kiva White, and Ray Fitzgerald. They are the newer versions of newer and older, I should say, of the Fiat 600. So this is a wrap for us today. Thank you very much for tuning in to our live stream from round 3 of the Alekto Irish Hill Climb and Sprint Championship 2025. It was a pleasure to provide you with the live footage and some archive footage today, and we hope you enjoyed watching the stream and maybe watching it back. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what time yet, but we will create an event so you can save it in your socials, and I'd say sometime between 10 and 11 o'clock we'll go live again. We'll bring you hopefully coverage from at least 2 cameras, including, at least 3 cameras, including the studio. At least 2 cameras from the hill, ideally 1 from the start line, so we can all see what's happening or whether something is happening, and then another one further along up the hill provided by Senan. I see the marshals are clearing the road to open it for the public again, and this is our signal to finish the stream. Again, thanks a million for watching on Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live, and the Wexford Motor Club and Irish Hill Climb and Sprint Championship Facebook pages. Have a nice Saturday evening, and see you again tomorrow for round 4 of the Alekto Irish Hill Climb and Sprint Championship 2025.